Good afternoon. Extremely sorry for the delay because I had other work at Columbia University. I had to finish that and come. Oh, I think this is the previous session attendance sheet. No, have you got the new one? Do they give it to the class? Okay. So I had a discussion with Tilini Miss as well, and I got to know that you all have done the supply function in that first session, right? Do you remember where you stopped at that session? The very first session which Tilini Miss did in the demand and supply slides? So last week you all said that you all haven't done supply. So I then asked from her and she said that she stopped halfway because of the time constraint. So we have to cover that part as well. The assignment, now the individual assignment, we want to base it on the microeconomics aspect, right? So microeconomics consists of demand and supply, whatever you did on the first session. Then what we did last week also includes in microeconomics, and today's session also with regards to microeconomics, right? So we have to complete those lessons for you to do the assignment. So that's what we discussed. So without completing them, it will be difficult for you all to do the requirements of the assignment. So therefore, I will try my level best to finish off today. But there's so much because I have to cover supply section as well. So in case if I don't be able to complete microeconomics today, I will do the rest next week as well. And then I thought I'll give you the assignment, right? Then we will change the deadlines for the assignment. So today is 11. 11th of December. Then next week is 18th December. So I'm hoping to finish all microeconomics by 18th December. And if we have time, we'll move into macroeconomics as well, because you have a very tight schedule and there's so much content to cover. Micro, macro, lot of content. So it's difficult to rush as well. Let's see, based on how you grab the concepts, we'll see whether we can, fast track. And based on that, we will, so hopefully by 18th, I will cover all microeconomics and we'll give you the assignment on the 18th. And from there onwards, you can take about 2 weeks and submit your assignment, right? So I think you all will have holidays from after 18th, you all have holidays, right? That 25th week and 31st first week. So you can do your individual assignment during the holiday, right? And then the following week when you start back, during that time you can submit. So I will adjust that submission date accordingly. So during the holiday, you can work on your individual report. Okay, so by after completing the microeconomics part on 18th, I will give you the assignment. Is that okay? Because you all cannot do it without covering the entire section. So can you recall exactly where did preliminary stop? Can somebody please tell me? Because I'm thinking to finish off the supply section now and then move on to the utilities, because I couldn't do it last week. I didn't know that there was a part which was remaining. So therefore, let's complete that. Otherwise, it's difficult for you to understand other concepts. So can somebody tell me exactly where was it stopped? You all are the ones who know it, no, not me. So you have to tell me. So she covered these competitive markets, demand aspects she covered, right? Shifts in the demand curve, consume income, based on consume income, how the demand curve shift. Have you done that? No? Can you please raise hand those who were absent last week and is present today? Raise hand. Up, I guess. Now, is it a habit that you get absent every sort of week after another? Now, the thing is, your syllabus is very vast and there's so much content we have to do. So every week you get absent, you're losing a lot, right? So if you all are very familiar with economics and have covered all of that, then that's fine. But if not, it will be very difficult to catch up the following week if you get constantly absent. I mean, getting absent for a proper reason, that's okay. But if it's a habit that you get absent every other week, then there will be an issue, right? So try to make sure that you come every week. Have you covered this? Inferior good, shifts in demand curve, supply. From here onwards, you're into. Okay, so we'll quickly try to cover supply aspect and finish that off. And then we will go on to utility, which we were doing last week halfway. We will complete that and move on to indifference curves, right? Okay. So Supply is easy to understand. I'm sure you all have done it for A-levels as well. I'll just brush through. Now, it's similar to demand, right? But supply talks about whose side? Now, demand talks about buyers or consumer side. Supply talks about whose side? Producer, or rather supplier's side or seller, you can call it, right? Quantity supplied is the amount of a good that sellers are willing and able to sell, right? So supply curve will be drawn by taking price and quantity supplied, right? And that is similar to law of demand. There's a law of supply as well. What is the law of supply? What is the law of supply?
Teacher.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you that. Can you share screen with us?
You cannot see the screen.
No, teacher.
Sorry? Share what?
Share screen. The screen option? No. The below, just click on that.
Okay. Now can you see?
Yeah, now it is visible.
Sorry. Yeah. So what is law of supply? Don't read this. You tell me what is law of supply. You all have done this for A-levels. Supply also increases, right? So there's a positive relationship between price and quantity supplied. Now, what is the law of demand? Yeah, there's the inverse or a negative relationship between price and quantity demand. That is law of demand. Law of supply is whenever a price increases, supply also increases. Both move in the same direction, right? So there's a positive relationship, and that is law of supply, right? So supply curve is drawn by taking this relationship between price and quantity supply into consideration, right? So supply schedule is something that you show in a table, the prices and the quantity supply for each price level, right? So this is an example for a supply schedule. So here they have taken Ben's ice cream. So you can see prices are rising. It's in terms of dollars. And when the prices are rising, the quantity or the cones which are, sorry, it has to not be quantity of cones supplied, right? Not demanded. Quantity of cones supplied also increases, right? And by taking these two information, you can draw the supply curve on a graph. So this is a supply curve, right? So again, this has to be changed, quantity of corn supplied, right? So you can see when the price is rising, quantity supply also rises. So the supply curve is always upward moving curve. Demand curve is downward sloping, supply curve is upward sloping, right? Now, can somebody tell me why is there a positive relationship between price and quantity supply? Why there's a positive relationship between price and quantity supplied? Can somebody tell me? Price increases, the supplier like supply and get. Yeah, exactly. The natural behavior of a seller is that they're motivated by price, right? So higher the price you can charge from the consumer, you would like to sell more quantity because your revenue will increase, right? So you can generate more revenue when your price is increasing. So you like to sell more. So that's a natural behavior of a supplier, right? Natural behavior of a buyer is the other way around. You like to buy more when the price decreases, but the seller like to sell more when the prices are increasing, right? So that's a natural behavior. That's why there's a positive relationship, or that's why there's an upward trend in the supply curve. So you can see there's an increase in price. As a result, the quantity also increase. Market supply versus individual supply. So earlier we drew a supply curve for an individual seller, that is Ben's ice cream, right? But it's similar when it comes to the market supply curve as well. So market supply is determined by a combination of individual supply curves. So if you have so many ice cream producers and sellers, you can combine all of them and all of their supply curves together and create one whole supply curve for the market or the industry of ice cream, right? So market supply refers to sum of all individual supplies for all sellers of a particular good or service, right? So graphically, you combine individual supply curves and create the market supply curve. Now we are going to talk about shift in supply curve, right? So what do you think are the factors which will change the supply a particular supply is willing to provide to the market? Now, obviously, as we discussed earlier, price is a very important factor which will determine the quantity supply. So price is a factor which will definitely affect supplier's decision. Other than that, what are the factors which would affect a supplier's decision? Raw material cost or cost of material or ingredient or input, what you will include in the production process. So input prices will affect the supply. Okay. How does it affect? Can somebody explain? If the input prices are rising, what would suppliers do? Yeah. Product cost is high, so
Price increased.
sorry, I didn't get it.
Raw material prices are high. And product cost is automatically high. Raw material pricing increment. Therefore, supplier supply these goods for high price.
Yeah, so when the price increases, quantity supply increases. That is along the curve. But when the input prices are rising, your cost of production is rising. What do you think? They will supply more or less? Less. They will supply less. Why? Because cost of production are rising. As a result, your profit margins are declining. So you are not so motivated to supply more. So therefore, you will reduce your supply, right? What else? What other factors affect your supply? Think from a supplier's or producer's point of view. Prices of other goods, like for example, competitive products. Can you explain it?
If we are into some kind of industry and we are producing one particular product, but our prices are much more higher compared to their one, and they can sell the market.
Sorry?
Like we are into some specific product and they are also into the same product. And if our prices are higher than our competitive
Okay.
prices, that
Then-
would affect us.
Again, it's about price, right? So it's about your product's price. and the supply relationship. So what I'm asking is, other than price, what are the other factors affecting your supply? So input prices affect. What else? Technology is another factor. So other than price, right? So technology, when the technology changes, technology of production, technology of selling, when that changes, that also affect your supply, right? And the expectations, in the sense, future expectations about your product, about your industry. As a seller, as a producer, do you expect in future for this product to have a high demand, or this product to be very popular, or this product to have any advancements in future? If you see a potential for your product in future, then you tend to supply more. But if you see your product is going to die in future due to some reason, technology changes or some other reason, if you don't see a future for your product, then you will slowly start reducing your supply because you don't have any long-term expectation about your product, right? So the expectation supplier has, the vision they have for their product for future will affect their supply, right? And the other one, number of sellers, or in other words, competitors. How many competitors are there in your industry? If you have too many competitors, you're going to know that it's going to be very difficult to survive in future, right? And you will not have much bargaining power if there are too many sellers in your industry, in your market. Then you will slowly decline your supply. But let's say you don't have much competitors, you are either one or two sellers who are supplying it to the market. That means you have a very strong position in the market. So you tend to supply more and tend to be in that industry for a long time, right? So these factors affect your supply other than the price, right? So we are going to talk about two changes which could happen in supply curve. One is change in quantity supply. The other one is shift in supply curve. So we will talk about it later. Change in quantity supply means movement along the supply curve, right? It's caused by change in anything that results in quantity supply at each price. So you can see in this axis it's price and this axis it's the quantity supply, and they have drawn a supply curve, right? So a change in the points along the supply curve, a movement along the supply curve is always caused by a price change, right? When your price change from A point, where your price was earlier $1, now your price increases to $3, you can see your quantity supply also increase from 1 unit to 5 units, right? So here you can see a point moving along the supply curve. Supply curve එක ඇතුලේ තමයි point එක move වෙන්නේ, right? So any point change along the supply curve is always caused by price. No other change can affect this point moving along the supply curve other than price, right? A rise in the price of ice cream cones result in a movement along the supply curve, right? So it moves from point A to point C. Is that clear? So if a price change of a particular product, it is always should be shown on the supply curve as a point moving along the supply curve. Okay. And there are other factors which are affecting supply. If any of them changes, you will see a shift in the supply curve. That shift can happen either leftwards or rightwards, right? A shift in the supply curve either to the left or right, caused by change in a determinant other than the price, right? So now let's take a look. This is a supply curve 1. And you can see when there's an increase in supply curve shift which way? Rightwards, okay? If there's an increase in supply curve shift right way. Why? You can see now if you just think this is the price and this is the initial quantity supply. You can see when it comes to supply curve 2, which is the red color curve, there is a increase in quantity supply. So rightward shift means increase of supply. Okay. If there's a decrease in supply, it's always shifting leftward. Okay. Supply curve shift leftwards. So remember this as rightward, leftward, not up and down, because then it confuses. Now demand curve, you can say shift this way, that way, but supply curve, you get confused. So always when you're talking about shifts, use rightwards and leftwards. Don't say up and down. Okay. Okay, so these are the variables which we discussed earlier, right? So if the price change, what will happen to the supply curve? Sorry? Yeah, movement along the supply curve. A point moving along the supply curve if the price changes. Other factors like what we discussed earlier, input prices, technology, sellers' expectations, number of sellers. If any of these factors changes, it is always denoted by a shift in the supply curve, either rightward or leftward. Is that clear? Any questions so far? So I quickly brush through supply because I assume you all have learned somewhere. Any questions on that? Is that clear, the ones who are at the back? Okay, I hope you all are not falling asleep. So any questions? No. Okay. Now we have learned demand function separately, supply function separately. Now we have to put them together because in a market, there's always an interaction between a buyer and a seller. We call it market forces, right? So buyer has their own market forces, which is demonstrated by demand. Seller has their market forces, which is demonstrated by supply, right? So these market forces come together and create an equilibrium in the market, right? So now we are going to put supply and demand together to identify the equilibrium, right? Equilibrium refers to a situation in which price has reached the level where quantity supply equals quantity demand. So imagine a normal scenario that you go to a, let's say, a market to buy some products. Let's say you go to a vegetable market to buy some vegetables. Then you are the buyer and there are so many sellers. You will go to one seller and demand for a particular vegetable. So there's a price which you are willing to pay for a vegetable, right? Let's say 1 kilo of carrots. There's an amount you have in mind that you are willing to buy it for. And the seller has the price which is in his mind for which he is willing to sell the 1 kilo of carrots for, right? So you kind of engage in a negotiation, right? So they will tell, okay, 1 kilo of carrots, I don't know how much is it now? 300, 200. Okay, let's assume it's 300, right? Hypothetically. So they say they are willing to sell it for 300. But let's say you thought you were expecting to only pay 250. So you will kind of negotiate with your seller to come to an agreement, right? So similarly, in every market, buyers and sellers negotiate to come into an agreement of a common price. So the price both of you guys come into agreement is called the equilibrium, right? So you will, as a buyer, you will start from the lowest price possible, right? And the sellers would start from the highest price possible. And then you all will come along the way and meet at one point. And that is called equilibrium. Is that clear? So that is what is shown by this equilibrium as well. So at the equilibrium point, there will be an equilibrium price and there will be equilibrium quantity. So equilibrium price is the price which both of you agreed at. Let's say you started demanding from 200 rupees onward, and then the seller started supplying it from 300 rupees onwards, and you come to middle ground 250. So that's the equilibrium price. Both of you did some compromises and agreed at a midpoint. That is called equilibrium price, right? And also there will be equilibrium quantity, a quantity of how much you will purchase at that price, right? Now, here you can see a demand schedule and a supply schedule. So you can see in the demand schedule, the prices are increasing, quantity, what is happening to quantity demanded? It's decreasing. And in the supply schedule, when the prices are increasing, what is happening to quantity supply? It's increasing. So by looking at these two schedules, can you tell me what is the equilibrium price?
dollars.
$2. Why?
Quantity supply is equal.
Quantity demand and quantity supplied is equal, right? So I said at the equilibrium, quantity demanded and quantity supply are equal. So both are 7 here at the price of 2. So equilibrium price is $2. Is that clear? At 2, quantity demanded is equal to quantity supply. So that is the equilibrium point. So by just looking at a schedule also, you can identify an equilibrium. That you don't necessarily have to look at a graph. So sometimes for your MCQ questions, you might get some things like that, right? By looking at a schedule, you can identify your equilibrium, right? So now it has been put on the curve or the graph. So this is the equilibrium, right? Where quantity demand and quantity where the demand curve and the supply curve intersect with each other. Where they intersect, where they meet, or that is where the demanders or buyers and suppliers or sellers agree to one another is the point where these two curves intersect. And that point is called equilibrium. Okay, so at the equilibrium, the price which is at the equilibrium is called equilibrium price, and the quantity which is at the equilibrium is called equilibrium quantity. Is that clear? Okay. Yes. And there's something called excess supply and excess demand. Have you touched upon these concepts before? What is it?
Fixed amount of supply that the suppliers put in the market.
Okay.
Share about
Can somebody explain excess supply?
where quantity demand is more than Q is the quantity supply is more than the Q quantity demand. The
Okay.
difference between those.
Any other answer? No, you are the one who did A-levels recently, no? What about others? Of course, you will have a very good picture memory. What about others, the ones who are at the back? What is excess supply? Sorry? Quantity? Quantity? Okay, can you explain it a little further? Those who are at the back, can you remember what is excess supply?
Difference between total supply and the equilibrium quantity.
Difference between?
Total supply and the equilibrium quantity.
Uh-huh. Anyone else? No, you are exempted students, right? From what did you exempt? What were you exempted from? Prestige. Did you have an econ subject? What did you learn there? I thought chartered was difficult, right? Isn't it? Short-term memory, that's a problem. All of you all have short-term memory. Why? You all are very teacher-centered, not student-centered learning. So you parrot everything. ඔක්කොම කටපාඩම් කරන් ගිලලා exam එකට you vomit it and then you forget it. That's a problem. Okay, so again you can see the equilibrium here, price 2, quantity 7. So what is excess supply? Now, we know this is the supply curve and this is the demand curve, right? So as I earlier said, any seller, any supplier is highly motivated to sell products when the price is higher, right? So if you are a seller, you will always start from the top, the maximum price you're willing to sell, right? And then when you ask your demanders, they are not willing to buy that quantity at that price, right? So you can see this is now, for example, this point, right? The price is $2.5, right? And the quantity the supplier is willing to supply is 10. But will buyers buy that quantity at that price? No, right? At the $2.5 price, how much are the demanders or buyers are willing to buy? Only for quantity, right? So there's a mismatch. At the price, at a higher price than the equilibrium price, of course, the suppliers are willing to supply more, but demanders or buyers are not willing to buy that many quantity because the price is too high, right? So therefore, it creates a surplus in the market, excess supply in the market. How much is excess supply amount? 10 minus 4, 6. You're at $2.5, buyers are willing to buy only 4 quantity. But because it's based on the supply curve, the seller is willing to supply 10 quantity. As a result, the market will have an excess supply of 6 units, right? So excess supply, is it good or bad? Bad. Why? Because you have excess production which is not purchased by your consumers. So it's a waste, right? So over time, the seller realizes, even though I am willing to produce and supply more at that level, my buyers are not willing to buy. So there's no point producing and just keeping it in stores. Rather, let me reduce the quantity to a level which they are willing to purchase. So therefore, there's a natural force towards equilibrium, right? They will move towards equilibrium. Seller will move towards equilibrium. So when they're slowly reducing the price, demanders or buyers are also willing to purchase more, right? So they will also change their behavior and move along the demand curve until a point at which both of them meet. So there is a negotiation or adjustment from both sides until you reach an equilibrium. So excess supply exists in a market only for a very short time, right? Because naturally they both will adjust and will come into an equilibrium in the longer term. Is that clear? So excess supply is quantity supply being higher than quantity demand. QS higher than QD, right? When price is higher than equilibrium price, quantity supply will be higher than quantity demand. So that is excess supply or surplus. Can you quickly read this slide? Read it by yourself. If you want, you can take down notes. Okay. Then the other way around is a shortage. Shortage will demonstrate what? Sorry? Excess demand, right? So quickly read this slide as well. When the price is lower than the equilibrium price, it happens the other way around, right? Now let's take a look at your supply and the demand curve. Where do you think the excess demand will be? Above the equilibrium price or below the equilibrium price? Below the equilibrium price, right? This range, right? So here, it's the other way around, right? Price being below the equilibrium price, which is at $1.5, and because the price is lower, who is motivated? Buyers or sellers? Buyers are motivated. That means demanders are motivated. So at a lower price, they demand for more, right? They demand for 10 units. But is it beneficial for sellers? No, they are demotivated because the price is lower. So they are willing to supply only a lower quantity at that price, right? So they are willing to supply only 4 units. So at this stage, there is lesser supply, higher demand. So therefore we call it excess demand. You demand more, right? So what will happen then naturally? When there's a high demand in the market, what will happen? Sorry? Yeah, so the manufacturer or the seller will realize that people are demanding more of my good, so I can supply more, but you will supply it more at a higher price because that's a natural tendency of a seller. So they will slowly move along the supply curve to sell more quantity, but when they are moving along the supply curve, price also increases, right? So it goes this direction. And when the price is increasing, what will happen to the demanders or the buyers? They will get little discouraged because the price is rising. So slowly they reduce the demand as well. And accordingly, both parties again will come to an equilibrium. Right? So when they again come to an equilibrium, the shortage will be solved. Okay? Again, shortage will be there in the market only for a short time period. Both buyers and sellers will adjust And as a result, they will come to an equilibrium in the longer term. Okay, so shortages, excess supply, excess demand, shortage, surplus, those things exist in a market only for a short time period. They will naturally adjust and come into a particular point. Is that clear? So therefore, they will finally reach equilibrium in the longer term. Any questions? Is that clear? Are you clear? Back, those at the back, clear? At least not the head. Otherwise, I don't know, you look like. Okay, so read this slide. Attendance. No? This is, I think, serious. Only answer the first question. Okay, then later on you can find the second question. Yes, at the second session, okay, some people have left. Okay, now read this slide. The claim that the price of any good adjusts to bring the quantity supplied and quantity demand for that good into balance. So that's what we were earlier talking about. So law of supply and law of demand will bring buyers and sellers to a balance point, right, in the longer term. Okay. The prices, quantities will adjust and they will come into an equilibrium. Read this slide and see whether you understand it. Is that clear? Okay. 3 steps to analyzing changes in equilibrium. Okay. Decide whether the event shifts the supply or demand curve. Okay. So when sometimes even at exams you will be given certain scenarios or situations and ask you to map it on a graph. Okay. So when you're trying to, map things in graph, these are the steps you have to follow. Okay. First one, decide whether the event shift the supply or demand curve. If they might give a hypothetical scenario, assume this happens. What will happen in the market? Then you have to think this particular scenario, will it change the demand or will it change the supply? First of all, you have to identify that. Then decide whether the curve, either demand curve or the supply curve, shift to the left or right. Okay. Use the demand and supply diagram to see how the shift affect the equilibrium price and quantity. Is that clear? So these are the 3 steps we have to follow. Decide whether the event shift the supply or demand curve. Or there are some events which can affect both supply and the demand, right? Then you have to decide whether the curves are shifting to left or right. Then identify the change in equilibrium. Is that clear? Now here the ice cream cone example is used again. So this is the initial equilibrium. Let's assume the demand is increasing. The reason they give is hot weather increases demand for ice cream, right? So anything other than price, which is affecting the demand, will demonstrate a shift of the curve, right? So there's a hot weather outside, so it increases the demand. When the demand is increasing, the demand curve shifts leftwards or rightwards? Rightwards. So you can see here, The demand curve, initial demand is D1, subsequent demand is D2. So it has shifted rightwards. Okay. So what is the new equilibrium now? This is the new equilibrium. You can see price have increased, quantity also has increased. Okay. Resulting in higher price and a higher quantity. Okay. Is that clear? So you should be able, if you are given scenarios, you should be able to draw the curves and show the shift. Shifting curve versus movement along curves. Can you quickly read these four? Do you understand this? This is something which I already discussed, right? A shift in the demand curve or supply curve, a shift, if there's a shift in the supply curve, we call it change in supply, right? If there's a shift in the demand curve, we call it change in demand because the entire demand is changing. But if there's a shift, if there's a movement along the curve, that means there's no change in demand, but there's a change in quantity demand, right? If there's again movement along the supply curve, there's no change in supply, but there's a change in quantity supply. Is that clear? Any movement along the supply curve means your quantity supply has changed, increased or decreased. Any movement along the demand curve means your quantity demand has changed. Quantity demand has decreased or increased. But if your curve shift altogether, that means your supply has changed, demand has changed. Do you see the difference? There's a difference between that, right? So again, if you look at the ice cream example, now earlier we looked at a demand shift, right? Now another reason for which could affect a supply shift, here an example they have given, an increase in the price of sugar. So a key ingredient or an input price has increased, right? Which is sugar. So what will suppliers do? The cost of production rises, so they will reduce their supply, right? So you can see a shift of the supply curve. Supply curve shift leftwards. And as a result, the equilibrium also changes. Okay? Price increases, quantity supply or reduces. Is that clear? And here there is a table. Okay. What happens to price and quantity when supply or demand shift? Now you're supposed to read and understand this. I want you to draw graphs for each and individual scenario. Okay. So here on this axis, they talk about demand. On that axis, it talks about supply. So draw a normal demand and supply curve. Don't think about the elasticities. Draw a normal demand curve and a normal supply curve. For each of the scenario, I want you all to show it graphically. Okay, on your book. For example, the first scenario, no change in demand, no change in supply. So what will happen to price and quantity? Equilibrium price and quantity. Second scenario, no change in demand, but there's an increase in supply. So what will happen to equilibrium price and quantity? You have to draw it and show it graphically. Then we can see to what extent how many people have understood this demand and supply relationship shifts and all of that. You have to do it to realize how it happens and whether you really understood the concept. So that will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9 graphs. Put these as topics and draw. Like first topic, no change in demand, no change in supply. Draw the curve. Second one, an increase in demand, no change in supply. Draw the curve. So topic wise you put and draw it. Students are joining from the teams also, please draw. So use this example and draw the demand and supply curves in individual graph, the 9 scenarios which are mentioned here. If you have any question, you can ask me, and after drawing, you can show me your graphs as well.
Yeah, okay, ma'am.
Okay. Those who finish can raise your hand. I will come and check your graphs.
Price begins because
Sorry?
price and because
And because. No, it's so there's a displacing the tag, displacing the tags. So they, what would separate your time? And the person is not sure based on your curve.
demand should be there. Things are surprised to be there.
Yes, and there's decreasing the loneliness.
Also, thankful.
Which one are you doing? That's important. It's good.
Yeah.
There's increase in supply. Increase in supply. Okay.
And the demand. And increasing demand.
Increase in supply. Oh, have okay. So there is a point picture there.
That much.
Yeah.
There is size and this. There is price.
It says and because you're not sure depending on how you draw your curve. But equilibrium changes. Let's see. One thing in companies are the types of issues. But the shift is really issue. And also the right shows over there. Is increasing money. Not changing the one, not changing the how we have. You don't show me. But the two cards, they don't change. It's a bit more than. Uh, the students find themes. If you want, you can show the answer through video. You can switch on the video and show me. So I think I could check everyone's book. Those who those who I couldn't mark, you can show me after the class. Okay, otherwise it's time. So please raise your hand whom I couldn't check. Wouldn't it? Thank you. You all show me your books and the graphs which you draw after the lecture today. Okay, after the class. Thank you. Anybody from the team meeting want to show me your graph? Okay, so hereby we come to the end of that lesson, right? So we'll take a short break and then because we are going to start a new lesson, so let's take a small break and start the next lesson. So take about 15 minutes by 3. Yeah, so by 3 be back. So we'll start the utility lesson. Okay.
Then I will. Yeah.
You have to show the arrow. I think it's this way. So you have to always show the I'll check after the lecture. Is that okay? No, clear. හැමදේම ස්ක්‍රිප්ට් එකක් තියෙනවා රිමාර්ක් කරන එක ඊළඟට ෆෝන් කරනවා. I leave this here in case it is. Okay, so everybody came, right? Okay, so last week we started about the yeah. So last week we started talking about individual consumer behavior and utility maximization. Do you remember the ones who were there last week? So what is meant by utility? The ones who were there last week, we talked about something called utility. What is meant by utility? From utility is what? The satisfaction you get. How do you measure utility? Using what? Yeah, to measure satisfaction, we use utility. How to measure utility? There's a measurement criteria called what? Utils. Good. And we learned about two types of utility. What are the two types of utility? Sorry, not two types of utility. We talked about two approaches to study about theory of consumer behavior. And the two types are cardinal utility approach and ordinal utility approach. What is meant by cardinal utility approach? We did all of that last week.
The extra unit, when you consume an extra unit, use the satisfaction as increase.
There are, with regards to theory of consumer behavior, there are two approaches. cardinal utility approach and ordinal utility approach. We spoke about cardinal utility approach last week. What does that mean?
Which is something, an additional satisfaction derived from additional commodity.
Are you checking the note and saying? At least he has that phrase. Others are like, are you? So, cardinal utility theory assumes that personal utility can be measured in exact units, and that measurement is called utils, right? So this whole util story comes in cardinal utility approach, right? So there's a big assumption in cardinal utility approach saying that utility or the satisfaction we derive as individuals by consuming something that can be measured. Okay, now let's say you have an ice cream. How much satisfaction are you? That can be measured using some component called utils. Like how do we measure now? We using grams, kilograms, we measure things now. So similarly, here there's an assumption that satisfaction also can be measured using this term unit called utils. So that's the biggest assumption here, right? So that whole lesson was based on that cardinal utility approach. Okay, that's where we talked about utility, utils, and all of that. So what is meant by total utility? We discussed about something called total utility. What is total utility? මේ ගිය සතියේ මේ ඔක්කොම කතා කරා.
The cumulative figure of the utility, like soon after one satisfaction, the extra amount you get the cumulative. Other than the soon after that,
Sorry,
the accumulating value of it,
accumulating value of what?
the utility.
Utilities.
Yeah, the extra amount of it, I mean, you get from the extra amount of pizza that we eat, like we discussed last.
Yeah, we discussed the pizza story, but I think you are confused between two approaches. There's something called total utility and the other one called marginal utility. What is marginal utility? Then tell me that first. You were there last week, no? Tell me, what is marginal utility?
Quantity, the difference between
You can't forget that soon. Yeah, somebody, anyone else?
Satisfaction you get by consuming one extra unit.
Exactly. When you consume extra unit of some product, what is the extra or additional satisfaction, additional utility you gain is called marginal utility. So for each extra unit you consume, you have something called marginal utility, right? So this is marginal utility. Can you quickly take a look at this? Read this slide quickly. Now, can you remember? So marginal utility measures the additional satisfaction you derive from an additional unit of commodity. Also, we can call it, is that a call coming? Also, we can call it marginal utility you gain by the last unit you consume. What is the last unit you consume? Let's say you're having, the example which I took was pizza, right? If you're having a pizza, let's assume there are 8 pieces. So the last unit you consume What is the utility you gain from the last unit you consumed is called marginal utility. Right? That is marginal utility. What is total utility? What is total utility? Simple. What is total utility? The total satisfaction you generate by consuming the total quantity. Now let's say you're eating a pizza and there are 8 pieces, right? And you have already eaten 4. So total utility will be an addition of all 4 pieces. By consuming all 4 pieces of pizza, what's the total utility you generate? Is called total utility. By consuming all units, what's the satisfaction you give? But marginal utility means what is the utility you generated by consuming the last unit? Let's say you ate first pizza, a piece, and second piece, third piece, and the fourth piece. Marginal utility means when you eat the fourth piece, by that fourth piece, what's the utility you generate? The change in utility here. Is that clear? Okay. So you can write down in that way also. Total, in a simple terms, total utility means the utility you generate by all units consumed. Total utility means the utility or the satisfaction you generated by the all units consumed. Right? And the marginal utility means the utility you generate by the last unit consumed. That means in this example, the fourth piece. The utility will generate from the last unit consumed. Is that clear? Okay. So that was just reminding of what we discussed last week. Total utility, marginal utility. So you remember this, no? We did this table. The total utility is this, and marginal utility is the additional utility you generate, right? And we drew the total utility curve, you remember? And then we also drew the marginal utility curve. And marginal utility curve is downward sloping. Why is that? Sorry?
It gradually increases.
Yeah, why? Why is it decreasing? Why is it downward sloping?
When we consume the same product over and over again within a limited time, our utility gradually decreases.
Yeah. So when you consume the same product, there were some conditions which we discussed. It has to be the same product during a particular time period. When you repetitively consume the same product during a fixed time period, gradually we get our satisfaction declines. Right? That's a nature. We get sick of it. Like when you eat so many pizza at a stretch, first pizza piece is fabulous. You really like that taste. Second piece, third piece, fourth piece, when it increases, you kind of drops the satisfaction. So that's a nature. That's why marginal utility curve is downward sloping, right? And using these two curves, we kind of showed that at the optimum level of total utility curve, marginal utility is 0. You remember that, right? Because at the optimum level of total utility, there's no change in utility. It becomes constant. No change in total utility means there's no additional utility to generate. So marginal utility is zero. දැන් මේවා ගිය සතියේ ඩිස්කස් කළා නිකම් බය විරාන්ත වෙලා බලන්න ඉන්න එපා. Okay, now you have to remember these things to go forward in this lesson, that's why. So there's something called law of diminishing marginal utility, right? Quickly read this. So this is the reason for the declining in marginal utility curve, right? Why it's the reason for the negative sloped marginal utility curve is this law of diminishing marginal utility. Okay. So here we have some assumptions and we discussed about this example last week. I hope you remember. Anybody who wants further clarification on this? Okay. Okay, so from here onwards, let's start today's lesson. So any individual human being always is motivated to maximize their utility, right? Even you and myself or anybody, we always want to maximize our satisfaction. That's why we do all of what we are doing at the moment, right? You're going to a job, you're working, earning, simply to maximize your satisfaction, right? So we all work with the objective of maximizing utility, or in other words, satisfaction, right? So our ability to maximize utility or satisfaction depend on three things. One is our income, consumers' income, then prices of goods and services, then alternatives available, right? Like how much products we can buy and consume will definitely depend on our income, right? That's why we all try to increase our income so that our amount of money we can spend on goods and services, or in other words, our purchasing power increases. As a result, we can increase our satisfaction. So that is one thing which we try to increase because our ability to maximize utility depends on our income. Second one, it depends on the prices of goods and services. So you can see recently we have seen a dramatic increase in prices of goods and services. High inflation at about 70%, right? So the prices of goods and services also determine how much satisfaction we can derive. Like if our income remains constant and prices increases, the satisfaction what we can generate out of goods and services, what will happen to that? It reduces, right? So this is also a constraint what we face. Thirdly, what are the alternatives available? How many alternatives we have for a one good? Do we have a choice? So in Sri Lanka, in the recent past, we can see all these constraints. We are unable to maximize our utility. One thing, because our income is not rising. Second thing, prices of goods and services are also rising. Third thing, we are losing alternatives, right? Most of the products, options, choices we had have been taken away, like they have restricted imports and a lot of issues are there. So let's say if you want to buy milk powder, you have very limited alternatives available. If you want to buy medicine, again, limited alternatives available. Clothing, whatever, no alternatives, right? So you are stick to buy what is available. So when these conditions are not there, we cannot maximize our utility. We cannot maximize our satisfaction. So our ability to maximize utility depends on these three things. Is that clear? So now we will look at an example to understand this utility story. Okay. So I have taken this example from your reference book. So you can go home and read it thoroughly so that you get a better understanding. So here there's a person called Frank, right? So Frank is working 5 days a week, and in the evening he has some free time, leisure time, right? So there are two things which Frank likes to do during his leisure time. One is he likes to go to the club in his area and listen to the music of his favorite band. So that is one option which he likes to do during his free time, leisure time. Second thing he likes to do is during his leisure time is go and watch a basketball game, right? So here you can see Frank has two alternatives to do during his leisure time. One is going to the country music club. Second one, going to watch a basketball game. So two alternatives are available. Now here the alternatives available, he has two alternatives, right? And there are two other assumptions. Admission to both the country music club and the basketball game is free. That means that you don't have to buy any tickets. Free of charge, you can go to the club. Also free of charge, you can go to a basketball game, right? So there's no price you have to pay for it. So that means there's no income constraint as well. So these two problems Frank doesn't have. There's no price you have to pay. Therefore, there's no impact on his income, right? So these two problems are not there. He has two alternatives, but, right? And however, there's a time constraint, right? So you only have 7 nights during a week. So if you choose to go to the country music club, you can't go to the basketball game in the same night, right? So likewise, the time constraint is that you have to choose one of them. Okay. So keeping those assumptions in mind, let's move on to the illustration. So here they have shown the utility Frank generate by the two activities. First one, trips to club. What is the total utility he generates? What's the marginal utility? Now these are the days during the week. First day, second day, third day, likewise. Second activity is going for the basketball game. So here also days are mentioned here. First day, second day, third day. Total utility and marginal utility, right? So Frank is a normal individual consumer. So now he has to split his time between these two activities, right? So he has only 6 nights. And he, as earlier we discussed, he can't go to both in the same night. He has to choose one. So he has to split his leisure time. What day he will go to the club, what day he will go to the basketball game, right? Frank is splitting his time between the two activities to maximize, and he operates with the objective of maximizing utility, right? That also you have to keep in mind. So at each successive step, he chooses the activity that yields the most marginal utility. That's the obvious thing. So you try to choose what generates me the best satisfaction or best utility, and accordingly he will choose what to do, right? Now you tell me, the first night, day 1, what do you think Frank will do? Will he go to the club or will he go to the basketball game? Based on their utility? Sorry? The ones who are at the back, what do you say? What will Frank do on the first night of the week? Looking at his utility, what would you think he will do? Going to the club or going to the basketball game? Basketball game. Why? Sorry? I cannot hear.
He not charge. He doesn't have to. Right.
Yeah, he doesn't have to pay for both. Either one, he doesn't have to pay. Why does he pick basketball game?
The ball is higher than the two club.
Okay, you looked at the total utility column. You have to look at the marginal utility. Because that's the additional utility you generate by that consuming that service. Right? So here the total utility and marginal utility is same because it's the first activity, right? So going to the club generates you an extra utility, extra satisfaction of only 12 utils. But going to the basketball creates you a satisfaction of 21 utils. So you will go to the basketball the first day. Clear? Second night, what would he do? The second night, what will Frank do? Those who say basketball game, please raise your hand. Those who say trip to the club, raise your hand. Why? Why do you say like that? As I earlier said, you have to look at the marginal utility column. Tell me, why do you say so? First night he goes to basketball game, right? Second night, again he has two options available, two alternatives. Either he can choose to go to basketball game or the club. What do you say he goes to in the second night? Why? Marginal utility, which amount? 12 is higher than 10. Yeah, now he hasn't yet gone to the club. He hasn't stepped to the club yet. So on the second day, right, if he's making a choice, today, the second day, let's assume now I'm in the second day. Now today I have the option either go to the basketball game or the club. Now, if I choose to go to basketball game today, today is my second night in the basketball game. Yesterday also I went to basketball game. Today also I'm going to the basketball game. So you have to look at the second night in basketball game and you generate a utility of 12, right? Basketball game, marginal utility is 12, right? Now I haven't so far gone to the club. So if I go to club today, today is my first night at the club. So what's the marginal utility I generate? 12. Club generates a marginal utility of 12 in the first night. So both marginal utilities are same. He is actually indifferent. There's no added, nothing is better than the other. Both are equal to him at that moment. So he is indifferent between the two choices. He can either choose this or this. Both are same. So let's assume he chooses again basketball game. Then third night, he will definitely choose the club. Agree? Because he was indifferent between those two. The previous day, he chose one on one day, the other one the other day. Is that clear? Right? And now, let's assume the fourth night. Fourth night, what will he do? Fourth night. Now, so far, how many trips he has made to the club? One trip. How many times has he gone to the basketball game? 2 times. So, on the fourth night, if he goes to the basketball game, what is the utility he generates? So, it's the third time he's going to go to the basketball game. What's the additional utility he generates? 9. If he chose to go to, so that is basketball game 9 and club, it's going to be his second night in the club. What is the additional utility he generate? 10. So which one is better? Going to the club is better, it's high. So you choose to go to the club in the fourth night. Is that clear? So can you quickly work out and tell me on the fifth night what would he do? Do a rough calculation and tell me. Those who know the answer, please raise your hand. What's the answer? Why? Can you come forward and explain? Come. Joyce, then explain to the class. Okay. Yeah, fifth night.
Basketball game. It is, can we calculate as 9?
Now, how many nights he has already gone to basketball game? 1, 2, 3.
3.
So fourth time you are going to the basketball game. What is the additional utility you generate? 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Third.
Then,
It was better to basketball. This one class, right? Basketball, then.
yeah. Sorry. Basketball 2 times. Now the third time. Okay. Club.
Is 8. So he will go to basketball.
Okay. Basketball game utility is higher, so he choose to go to basketball. Good. Very good. Okay. So now do you understand? Yes, right? So that is how you work with regards to utility maximizing, right? So you can go on like that and analyze for all 6 nights and see how he would choose. So you can see he has 2 alternatives. He chooses the activity which generates him additional utility, right? So that's how it works. Now, earlier we had 2 assumptions. No? One is both were free, no cost. So there was no price or income constraint. But the world doesn't work like that. No, there is always a price and you have a cost for whichever the activity you do. So let's assume now there is a cost. Okay. There is the entrance price. There's an entrance ticket for the club as well as there's an entrance ticket for the basketball game. Entrance ticket to the club cost $3. entrance ticket to the basketball match cost $6, right? And also there's an income constraint Frank has. Now, since you have to pay a price, now you have to really look at how much of money do I have, which I can spend on leisure activities. So assuming that Frank has paid rent and after taking care of all the other expenses, he is only left with $21, which he can spend for leisure activities. I mean, for entertainment during a week. So he has maximum of $21 he can spend on entertainment per week. So now you can see there is an income constraint and there's a price constraint as well. And also you have two alternatives available, basketball game and the club. Clear? So all three conditions are there now. Now how will it work? So within this budget constraint, again, Frank chose to maximize the utility, right? Now, because the two activities now cost different amounts, these two activities cost different amounts as well. Club is actually cheaper, $3. And basketball match is expensive, $6. How do you now compare this? And these two activities generate different utilities as well. So you can't simply go by the cost comparison. You have to bring in utility also into the picture, right? Therefore, now you have to calculate something called marginal utility per dollar. For each activity, what is the marginal utility I generate per $1 you spend? Is that clear? So if Frank is to spend his money on the combination of activities lying within his budget constraint that gives him the most total utility, each night he must choose the activity that gives him the most utility per dollar spent. Earlier you made the decision only by looking at the utility. What is the additional utility you generate? But now you can't do like that. Now you have to look at what's the utility per dollar. Per dollar, what's the utility this activity generates, right? So for that purpose, you have to calculate this. So now you have a marginal utility column. There's a price. Now you have to calculate something called marginal utility per dollar. Marginal utility over price, PMU divided by price. Is that clear? So for the club, trips to club, you have calculated marginal utility per dollar. Then basketball game also you have calculated the same. Right? Now you have to compare these two when you're making the decision, right? So let's take. So I'll write it down on this Word document so that the ones who are joining from the teams also can see. So let's assume first night. Right? Now you have to compare the marginal utility per price from club. And you have to compare the marginal utility per price from basketball game. Okay? So let's see, look at this. The first night, marginal utility per dollar from the club, how much? It's 4, right? This one is 4. And marginal utility from the basketball game is how much? First night 3.5. So which one is higher? From the club, it's higher, right? So you choose to do that activity on the first night. Clear? Okay. Now remember that there's an income constraint. Right? You can write this down if you want. There's an income constraint in the sense you only have how much of dollars you can spend on entertainment. $21. So you only have $21 which you can spend, right? So the maximum amount you can spend is $21, right? So first night you have spent, you have gone to club because that generated more marginal utility compared to the price, right? Of 4. So therefore you have gone to the club on the first night. So how many dollars have you spent there? $3. So you had $21 at the beginning of the week. You have already spent $3. How much of money do you have now by the end of first day?
80.
80, right? So you only have 18 now. Second night. Again, you have to compare. Again, you have to compare these two. How much is the marginal utility from club per second night? 3.3, right? What is the marginal utility you derive from the basketball game? I cannot hear. 3.5. Why? You still haven't gone to the basketball game. So you still have the marginal utility per price by 3.5. Now, which one would you choose? Sorry? Huh? Basketball. This is the one which you choose, right? Because it generates more marginal utility per dollar, right? So now you go to the basketball game the second night. Now how much money do you have? How much does the basketball game cost? $6. So from $18 you had, you spent $6. How much money you have now? 12. By the end of second night, you only have $12, right? Then third night. Again, we compare these two. Third night, what is the marginal utility from the club you generate? 3.3, right? Because you only have gone to the club once. What is the marginal utility you generate from the basketball game? 2. Why? You have already gone one time. So the second time it will be 2. So which one is better? Sorry? Going to the club is better because it generates more marginal utility per dollar, per $1 you spend. So you choose to go to the club, right? So how much does the club cost? $3. So by the end of third night, how much money do you have? $9. So you can write this down. With table like you can write that down. Fourth night. What is the marginal utility per price from club? Already you have gone to club 2 times. Now it's a third time. The third time, the marginal utility per dollar you generate is $2. So this value will be 2. What is the marginal utility generated from the basketball game? You have only gone once. So you have 3.5 already consumed 2. Now second time 2. Now, what is the decision he will make here? He's indifferent, right? Because both, if you compare the price versus marginal utility, both has the ratio of 2. So you are indifferent. You can choose either one of them. So let's assume because he went to club yesterday, today he goes to the basketball game, right? So because he's indifferent. So let's say he chose to go to basketball game. How much does the basketball game cost? 6. So from 9, you reduce 6 and you have only $3 left, right? Then you have the 5th night. You can compare the marginal utilities, but still you have only $3. Where can you go? You only can go to the club, right? Because you only have $3 left. So that is the only ticket you can buy. So you will decide to go to the club. Okay, this is the one which you will do. So you go to the club on the 5th night. And then your income, whatever the money which was left for spending on entertainment, finishes at that point. So you don't go for any nights after the 5th night. Is that clear? Is that clear? So that is when the budget constraint comes into play. Budget constraint includes price constraint and the income constraint. Price and income එකතු වෙලා තමයි budget constraint එක හදන්නේ. Right? So are you clear about this? Yeah. So this is how you should spend money on your entertainment as well. Compare the marginal utility versus the price and see what could you do. And when you reach the budget constraint, you have to stop entertainment for that week or month or likewise, right? So you can write this down if you want quickly. Take down this table. Anyway, even if you compare the marginal utilities for the 5th night also, you will see it's worthy to go to the club. Because basketball game you have already gone twice. So the 3rd night it will generate 1.5 marginal utility per dollar. Club will generate 2 MU per dollar. So anyway, going to club is better in terms of marginal utility as well. And also the price constraint is there. Did you take down this table? Okay, so I'll try to upload this as well. Okay. So that is the utility, that is how you work on utility. And now there's something called utility maximizing rule. Now we say utility a consumer generates is maximized where this marginal utility per price of one unit is equal to marginal utility per price of another unit. right? Now, for example, here we have taken two examples. One is bun and ice cream. Let's say you have the choice to make between two food items. Either you can purchase a bun or ice cream, right? So two alternatives are available. So if you calculate marginal utility per price of bun and marginal utility per price of an ice cream, if those two are equal, we say at that point, you have maximized your utility. Because earlier also we realized at that point you are indifferent. Because none of the other good generates an extra utility for you to go for that choice. Right? Now, for example, here you saw this even in the previous example. Let's say the moment marginal utility per bun over price of a bun, if that ratio is higher than marginal utility and price ratio of ice cream, you will choose to buy a bun because every additional bun or burger here they have mentioned, bun you consume, you generate an additional utility compared to the price you spend for it. So natural behavior of a human being would be, okay, I can make extra utility by the extra price I pay for the bun, so I choose a bun. The moment your marginal utility generated per price for an ice cream is higher than a bun, you will choose an ice cream, right? So as long as one is higher than the other, you will always go for the higher one. But the moment you come to a situation where the two utilities per price generated by two units are equal, you get stuck. You have no choice to make. You become indifferent, right? So at that point, the consumer cannot increase their utility by adjusting his or her choice. So therefore, we assume at this point where the two utilities generated by per price by each product becomes equal, we have come to a maximum level of utility. We have come to the maximum reach. We have reached the maximum. None of the product generates anything extra. So you stop consuming at that level. Is that clear? So that is what is meant by utility maximizing rule. Okay. As long as one is better than the other, you keep on consuming that. The moment where both becomes equal, none of the one is better than the other, you stop consuming because you don't gain anything additional for the price you pay, right? So at this moment, your utility will be maximum. That's why it says when marginal utility of x over price of x equals to marginal utility of y over price of y. When these two are equal, that is called utility maximizing rule. At that point, utility is maximized. Is that clear? The ones who are at the back, please wake up. Is your utility maximized? Do you understand? Then one prashna hai ඊළඟට. Okay, any questions on that? Do you have any questions on that? Okay, now we are going to derive the demand curve using these marginal utilities. Yeah. Okay, now look at this table. Here they have taken an example, burgers, quantity, marginal utility. Can you see when the quantity of burgers are increasing, marginal utility is decreasing. That means you are constantly consuming burgers at a stretch. So the more you consume, lesser will become your additional utility, right? And here they have taken two columns, price 1 and price 2. Assume price of a burger reduces from 400 to 200 rupees, right? Now, using the marginal utility curve and the price curve, we can come to an equilibrium, right? Now, in the sense, now if I'm a consumer, when I'm making a payment, when I'm paying a price for a product, ideally the price I pay for a product should be equal to the utility I generate from that product. Do you agree with that? Now, how do you decide as a consumer, as a buyer? You think, okay, for a milk packet, this is the maximum price I should pay. You decide a price like that now. How do you decide that? Based on the satisfaction or the pleasure you can generate from that product. So let's say you decide maximum price I pay for a milk packet is 100 rupees because you think that particular milk packet will generate you 100 rupees worth of satisfaction. That's why as a consumer from your mind, you think this is the maximum price I will pay for this product or this service. You are making that mental judgment by thinking about the satisfaction you generate. So every decision is like that. Let's say you go shopping and you want to buy some dress or something. You have in mind this is the maximum I pay because you know how much satisfaction it could generate. So as a consumer, we all have price in mind. How we determine that price, knowingly or unknowingly, based on your satisfaction. You think this is a satisfaction I can generate. So usually consumers are willing to pay a price which you think is equal to your marginal utility. By consuming that unit, what's the additional utility you generate? That is your marginal utility. That is the value which you are willing to pay as a price. Do you agree to that? Right? So, if the burger you purchase generate a marginal utility of 400, you are willing to pay 400 as a price. So the moment where your marginal utility generated equals the price you pay, we consider it as equilibrium. Agree? Now all of these situations, marginal utility is higher, price is lower. That's why consumers demand more quantity. Agree? Now at this one level, marginal utility was 800. When you consider the first unit, price was 400. You think, oh my God, for a price of 400, I generated utility of 800. You're more motivated to consume it more. So you go for the second unit also. You generate marginal utility of 600 for a price of 400. You are again happy. You want to consume more. You go for the third unit. You demand more. And you come to a level where your marginal utility equals price. So at that point, you stop. Agree? Because if you go beyond, what will happen? If you go for the fourth unit, the additional satisfaction you generate is 200, right? But you pay a price of 400. Why would you pay 400 to generate a utility of 200? No point. So you don't go beyond that. Agree? So you stop purchasing and consuming at the point where marginal utility is equal to price. Clear? So that is why equilibrium 1, where the marginal utility is equal to price. Let's say price drops from 400 to 200. If the price drops, you are willing to come down a little because you still have space. Your price is 200, earlier marginal utility was 400. You can again consume something more because you still feel its value for money, right? So you again consume the fourth unit as well. And there you reach the second level of equilibrium, where marginal utility is equal to that price. Clear? So you can see two equilibriums identified here. So that is drawn on this graph. Now here we are deriving the demand curve based on marginal utility. So it's different from the previous lesson, right? This is another way you can derive demand curve. This axis you have marginal utility or price. This axis demonstrates the number of burgers, or in other words, quantity, right? So marginal utility curve is downward sloping, you know that. And price, earlier it was 400. So where price meet marginal utility was your first equilibrium. Agree? Now price and this equilibrium quantity was 3. Now price dropped to 200. And because the price has reduced, you demand for more quantity. Quantity becomes 4. And that new place where marginal utility meets the price line is your new equilibrium. Can you see that? So this is your marginal utility and price curves demonstrated on one graph. That is equilibrium point. So using the information on this graph, now we can derive a demand schedule. Agreed? So earlier price was 400, quantity demanded was 3. When price drops to 200, quantity demand becomes 4. So now here you have a demand schedule, right? So using this, can you see there's a negative relationship between price and quantity demand? Now you can derive your demand curve using the marginal utility curves. That's the demand. Clear? So this was marginal utility curve. The demand curve is also similar to that. You take the price information from this axis, you take the quantity information from that axis, and you derive the demand. At price 400, demand quantity demand is 3. At price 200, quantity demand is 4. So this is your demand curve. You have derived your demand curve from the marginal utility curve. Clear? At the exam, you might be asked to derive a demand curve using a marginal utility curve. So you have to draw it like this, show the arrows and everything, and show it. Okay. Clear? Any questions? Any questions?
Is that the marginal demand?
You mean this line? That is the price line. Price line. So the equilibrium is generated where marginal utility equals price. So one line is marginal utility, other line is price line. In the previous lesson, we derived the equilibrium by quantity demand and supply intersection. Here we are taking marginal utility and price intersection to identify the equilibrium. Two different approaches. Is that clear? So now we have come to the end of cardinal utility approach, right? So all this so far, during this entire lesson, we discussed cardinal utility approach. One, theory of consumer behavior. So this cardinal utility approach has some limitations, problems. Can you guess what are the problems? What are the problems of cardinal utility approach?
Because person to person.
Sorry?
Because person to person.
Exactly. One thing. Okay, starting off with utility, right? So we measure satisfaction through something called utility. Can you really measure satisfaction? Can you give a value of the satisfaction? Can you give a value for satisfaction? You cannot, okay? Because how would you measure satisfaction? It's a problem. Utility isn't actually measurable, is a problem. Utils, I said utility is measured through a measurement called utils. What is the definition for utils? Now, if you are measuring an item, you can measure it grams, kilograms. Likewise, you can measure it, right? But utility, utils, how do you measure it? Can you remove satisfaction and put it on a scale and measure it? No, that problem is there. Utils definition measurable problem. And the other thing is, from person to person, satisfaction differs. The amount of satisfaction you generate from consuming a burger will be different from the satisfaction you generate. It's based on our preferences. Some people might like burgers, some people might not like burgers at all. So accordingly, the value you put for your satisfaction is different. So here, this person says my value is 20 and this person says my value is 30. So which value is right value? There's nothing right or wrong here. So there's a problem in measuring the values from person to person. It's different. Is that clear? So that is the problem of this cardinal utility approach. Utility cannot be measured. Utils, there's no definition. And the satisfaction differs from person to person. So you really cannot conclude anything. Okay. So those are the problems of cardinal utility approach. So from there, we end that part. Any questions on that? Any questions? Yes or no? Okay. And let's move on to the next lesson. If you want, we'll take 3 minutes break. Figure 5. This lesson is so long. I don't know like how long we will take to complete the areas. Because even in your post outline also they have mentioned 4 topics, but it takes actually 4 sessions to complete those learning outcomes. So we will see how much we can cover. So any area which we cannot cover, you might have to self-study, because there's so, as I earlier said, now teach these utility and everything, it takes at least 5 or 6 sessions, usually. Because I said now in university, it's like even in our university or even in Japura, microeconomics is one subject which runs for 1 semester. Macroeconomics is another subject which runs for another semester. So now this utility, to explain utility concepts, it takes about 5 or 6 sessions. So now whatever happens in 5 or 6 sessions, now we have to do within like 1.5 sessions for y'all. So there's so much content is also the same. I have not reduced the content, but have to cover it within a very short time. So I'm trying to, give the essence of it and move on. So whatever in between you have to read. Read your study text, reference book and learn. Okay, because there's no time otherwise to cover. Okay. Okay, so now we covered, earlier what we did was, now in microeconomics, I hope you remember, I told even the last session, microeconomics is about studying the micro environmental factors, right? And the macroeconomics is for the macro factors. So microeconomics cover about which parties in an economy? Economy has 3 main actors. Microeconomic covers about which actors? Consumers and suppliers. Or in other words, the 3 main, what are the 3 main actors in your economy? Sorry? Individuals. Who else? Firms or organizations, or you can call them institutes. Third, government. Right? So your demand and supply, elasticity, those lessons talked about individuals and firms. Both. How they interact with each other through demand and supply. And this utility approach talks about who? Utility, satisfaction, individuals. It talks about individuals. So how individuals make economic decisions is based on utility. That's what we talk about through this consumer behavior, individual consumer behavior, right? So the lesson what we just finished, and this lesson is about individuals' economic decisions. The lesson what we started off with, demand and supply, is about individuals and firms' economic decisions. Okay, so microeconomics consists of these 2 parties, individuals and firms. When it goes to macroeconomics, the government also come into play. Okay. Okay. So these slides I will upload to LMS. I haven't uploaded this slide because this has a continuation, more things to be added. So I'll see if I want, I'll upload this first and do the other parts, or else I will input other slides also and So the learning outcomes of this session will be these. Please read it to yourself. Read the learning outcomes. Okay. So during this lesson, we will cover these learning outcomes. Okay. So theory of consumer behavior, earlier I discussed there are two approaches. What was the first approach we discussed? Cardinal utility approach. And that lesson we ended up discussing about the limitations or problems in cardinal utility approach, right? So because of the limitations in the cardinal utility approach, hereby we suggest the next approach, which is ordinal utility approach, right? The concept of ordinal utility is based on the following axioms. Consumers are not able to express utility in quantitative terms. Instead, they can rank commodities or commodity baskets in the order of consumer preference. So what we say is now the problem in the cardinal approach was that you can't give a measurement. You can't give a value for your satisfaction, right? So because of that problem, you cannot quantify satisfaction. You can't give a value for satisfaction. So what this ordinal utility approach suggests is, if consumers are not able to express utility in quantitative terms, try expressing it using preferences. Preferences in the sense, it's difficult to give utility for, let's say, for a piece of pizza or a burger. It's difficult to give a value, which is more satisfying. You cannot really say by a value, but rather you would be able to say, I would like a pizza more than a burger. You can give a preference. I prefer pizza over burger. Now here, how you tell in terms of ordinal utility approach is, my first preference is pizza, which gives me more satisfaction than burger. Thus, my second preference is burger. So you can choose like that. Such choices we do on a day-to-day basis, right? As you can say, okay, for today dinner, what do you like to have? You like bread over rice or something like that. You can say your preference, right? So telling that preference is what is considered in the ordinal utility approach. Is that clear? Okay. So here, preferences are the key. So how do you prefer one over the other? It's your taste, it's your choice, right? Consumers spend money on a bundle of goods that gives the most pleasure. The amount of pleasure is determined by preferences, right? For example, you can prefer music than sweets. Okay, because music derives more pleasure to you than consuming sweets. So you spend more money on concerts or like listening to music than you spend on buying sweets. So that's a way you work based on your preference. Okay? And again, preferences also differ from person to person. What you prefer will be different to what another person would prefer, right? Now, when it comes to preferences, there's something called properties of preferences. Now, this is very important. You have to remember this, right? There are some properties, or rather you can call it assumptions or conditions for preference, right? 3 properties of preferences are there because your entire lesson is depending on these 3. One is completeness, transitivity, more is better. Okay. First property, completeness. We say preferences are complete when a consumer can always say one of the following about two bundles. Okay. Now, completeness in the sense that when you can say there are two goods, A and B. If you can tell A is preferred to B, you prefer A over B due to some reason. Okay. Or you prefer B over A due to some reason. Or you say both A and B are indifferent to me. I cannot pick really one of them. Okay. So likewise, when you can say there are two types of goods, but you can choose between those types of goods because of your preferences, we call it its completeness. Right? Second one is transitivity. In the sense, we say preferences are transitive if they are internally consistent. In the sense, let's say you prefer A over B. A is better than B. And if B is preferred more than C, these are three products. A is preferred over B, B is preferred over C. Then you can assume A is definitely preferred over C. Agree? Because if A is preferred over B, B is preferred over C, definitely A is preferred over C, right? So that condition is called transitivity. Right? You can write these things down. So that is a second property of preferences. Make them හොඳට අහගන්න නිදා ගන්න නැතුව because that's the activity you have to do out of this later. Right? Third option is more is better. As consumers, we always like to have something more. If you can have something more, we consider it's always better, right? If bundle A represents more of at least one good and no less of any other good than bundle B, then A is preferred over B. So assume you have two baskets of goods, okay? So in one basket, you have more products over the other basket. Of course, you prefer the basket which has more goods, right? So that is the concept. More is better. Okay. So based on the more products you like to have, more is better. That's a simple condition. Okay. So keeping these properties in mind, we derive of something called indifference curve. Okay. Now, an indifference curve shows different combinations of two goods that yield the same level of satisfaction per a given time period. So here also we take an assumption in the world there are two products, right? The two products here are two types of food items available are pizza and burgers, right? So you can choose either to consume pizza or burger, right? And at each level of these combinations, the amount of pizza and burgers you consume are different. But we assume by each combination, the utility you generate is the same. Consuming 7 pizza and 35 beef burgers, utility you generate is U1. When you increase the pizza consumption and reduce the burger consumption to 9 and 26, at that level also you generate the same utility as earlier. Right? So here you have two baskets of goods, but at each level we assume The utility you generate is the same, right? So taking that into consideration, you draw something called this indifference curve. Okay. Now, why you call this curve indifference curve is because your utility at each point of this curve is indifferent. It's the same. Okay. So you have two choices. The two choices are burgers or pizza, right? So along this indifference curve, you can see when you're moving from one point to another, let's say you started here. At this point, you consumed 35 burgers and I think 7 pizza, right? 35 burgers and 7 pizza, right? At that level, the utility you generate is at this point. Okay. Then you moved down the line, you sacrificed the number of burgers you consumed by 5 units and you increased the pizza you consume by 2 units. Can you see that? So you have moved along the curve, but here the utility you generate is at this point, but we assume throughout that curve, the utility you generate is indifferent. It's the same. Okay, so the need you're trying to satisfy is hunger or food, need for food, right? So you have two options available. You can either consume pizza or you can consume burger. You can consume both of them to satisfy your need for hunger. Only two products are available, right? So you can choose anywhere, any point in along this curve, right? The utility you generate will be the same. Utility or the satisfaction you generate is indifferent. That's why you call it indifference curve. Is that clear? So it's a preference. It's a choice. You can choose more of pizza or more of more of burgers or more of pizza, depending on your preference. If you like more burger than pizza, you would choose a point somewhere there, right? If you like more pizza than burger, you would choose a point here. But at whatever the point, the utility, the satisfaction you generate is the same. It's indifferent. That's why you call it indifference curve. Is that clear? Okay. Read more about that, okay, using your reference book, so you will get more understanding. So you can see this indifference curve is downward sloping and there's a slope for it. So what is this slope of the indifference curve? Slope of an indifference curve is called marginal rate of substitution, right? Marginal rate of substitution is the maximum amount of one good a consumer will sacrifice to obtain one or more unit of another good. So how do you calculate marginal rate of substitution? This is the formula, right? Now, why you say the slope of the indifference curve is equal to marginal rate of substitution is because when you try to consume more of another good, you have to sacrifice the consumption of another good. Now take this for an example. This acts, so in this situation also there are only two goods. One good is shoe, the other good is slippers, right? So let's assume initially you were at point A in the indifference curve. So you were consuming this amount of shoes and this amount of slippers. Okay, let's say you want to reduce purchase of shoes and purchase more of slipper, that means you have to sacrifice the purchase, consumption of shoes to buy more slippers, right? Because we have that income constraint. We have a price and income constraint. You cannot increase both. So to buy more slippers, you have to stop buying shoes, right? So you reduce the purchase of shoes and increase the purchase of slippers. So there is a substitution, there's a sacrifice you make. You sacrifice shoes in order to buy more slippers, right? So that is what you mean by marginal rate of substitution. You reduce the consumption of y-axis, which is shoes, to increase the consumption of x-axis, which is slippers, right? That's how you calculate slope, change in y over change in x. The marginal utility you generate from x divided by marginal utility you generate from y. Is that clear? Because this curve demonstrates utility. Okay? Is that clear, everyone at the back? And there's a negative slope in this utility curve or indifference curve. Why is that? The ones who are at the back, can you tell me why there is a negative slope? There's a negative slope in this indifference curve. Why? Those who are at the back? Why this value is negative? Here, marginal rate of substitution value you can see negative. Why is that? Anything? Why is that value negative? Downward sloping. Why?
There will be sacrifice to
Yeah. Yes. Yes. So here you have to give up y. That means reduce the consumption of y, which is a negative value, to increase the consumption of x. So minus figure divided by plus figure. That's why the final value will become negative. Is that clear? That's the reason why there's a negative slope as well. Downward sloping curve. Okay, so you have to sacrifice one product, reduce the consumption of one product to increase the consumption of the other. So there's a negative relationship, right? So this is what it explains. When the consumer moves from basket A to B, he or she substitute X for Y. Now what we refer as basket A and B is here. This is one basket. At this basket, you had more shoes, less slippers. If you move from A to B, it's another basket. In this basket, you have less shoes and more slippers, right? So when you're moving from basket A to basket B, that means you're substituting X for Y. You're reducing Y, substituting X for that, right? So on one hand, he or she sacrificed some units of Y. You reduce the consumption of Y and you lose marginal utility you can generate from Y. So that is changing Y into marginal utility of Y. Is that clear? Right? And on the other hand, you increase the consumption of X and you gain more utility from X. So change in X into marginal utility of X. So these two things put together will generate you this slope. Agree? So since now in the indifference curve, in the utility curve, I said there's no change in utility. So change in utility is 0. So the amount of sacrifice you make in terms of marginal utility of Y is equal to the increase in utility of X. Right? So this one plus this one equals 0. Is that clear? This change in marginal utility of Y, that means you are reducing the consumption of Y. The lost marginal utility from Y, let's say, is -5. By sacrificing shoes, Y was shoes, no? So by sacrificing shoes, you lost the utility of, let's say, 5. So reduction of utility is -5. But you consume more slippers. So additional utility you generate from consuming more slippers will be +5. Because in the indifference curve, you're moving from one point to another, no change in utility. So the reduction of utility is equal to increase in utility from the other. So therefore, -5 plus 5 will be 0. Clear? That's why there's no change in utility that can be equal to 0. So if you solve this formula, you again derive at the slope of the indifference curve. You can solve it by shifting the side and dividing it. So you will end up with the slope of the utility curve. Is that clear? Any questions in this? Now I have to go faster. I hope you are absorbing, but if you cannot understand, please ask me, okay? These things are very important. මේව apply කරලා ඔයගලට calculations එහෙම තියෙයි. Do you understand? So finally, you derive at the slope of the indifference curve. You can see it's a negative value because there's a negative ratio. Any questions? And this marginal rate of substitution, which is MRS, it measures, we also say it measures willingness to trade. In the sense, now the example which we took earlier was shoes and slippers, right? So shoes were demonstrated by the y-axis, if you can remember. Slippers were demonstrated by the x-axis, right? If you want, I'll show you. This is the example. Okay, so y were shoes, x were slippers. Okay, so when you're moving from point A to point B, right, you're sacrificing the shoes you're consuming to buy more slippers, right? So in that case, we say this marginal rate of substitution also demonstrates the willingness to trade. In the sense, for example, if the marginal utility of x means slippers, marginal utility of x is 50. And if the marginal utility of y means shoes here, is 100, right? If you are going to buy one extra unit of shoe, right, which demonstrate 100 utility. So if you are sacrificing one purchase of shoe, which is 100, right, and you are increasing the slippers slipper marginality is 50, shoe marginality is 100. Okay, so let's assume that you are sacrificing one shoe in order to buy slippers, right? So one shoe sacrifice means you're reducing your marginal utility by 100. Okay, and we know the slipper, its marginal utility is 50, right? So by sacrificing marginal utility of 100 from a shoe, how many slippers can you buy? Earlier we discussed the rule where the price is equals to marginal utility. Remember? So if you are sacrificing one shoe in order to buy more slippers, you're sacrificing marginal utility of 100. To generate the same utility of 100, how many slippers should you buy? 2 slippers. Why? One slipper generates only a marginal utility of 50. So in order to cover the utility you lost, you have to buy 2 slippers to generate 100 again. Is that clear? Right? So the rate of substitution is 1/2. You reduce shoe consumption by 1, but you increase sandal or slipper consumption by 2 units to generate the same utility. So that is also equal to willingness to trade. In the sense, you will trade one shoe to buy two slippers, 2 pairs of slippers. Is that clear? So that is how you trade between the two goods. If MUX is 50 and MUY is 100, the consumer would be willing to trade 1 unit of Y for 2 units of X. So that is what is shown here. Okay? Rate of substitution and the rate of trade. Clear? Okay, properties of indifference curve. Let's see how much time do we have. Okay, now I want you to read this and answer to these questions. I want to do this as a group activity, but do we have time now? You can discuss answers for these questions by 2 by 2 where you are sitting. So this is related to properties of indifference curve. So properties of indifference curve is mentioned here. There are 3 properties for indifference curve: completeness, transitivity, more is better. So you have to use these properties and answer to these questions. I'll give you 10 minutes. Read the question and say, now here I have said, bundles on indifference curve further from the origin are preferred to those on indifference curves closer to the origin. Why? So these are some of the rules of indifference curve, but you have to explain why. Can you think of why? If not, do you like to do this as homework? Because now it's 4:15, so we wouldn't have time, but You have to definitely do this as homework, right? Next week, when I'm starting the class, I will ask these questions, right? Okay. I'm cool. Well, in the northern okay. So do this as homework. I will ask you the answers, right? I will upload the slides. Okay. So another rule of indifference curve is that indifferent curves cannot intersect with each other, right? So here you have one indifference curve, one utility curve, utility 1, right? So with the rule of more is better, you will always try to increase your utility by increasing the bundles of goods you will consume. So utility curve will always shift this way, right? We said along the utility curve, along the indifference curve, whatever the point you consume, the utility will be the same. Okay. So at this level, if your utility is 5, this is also utility 5. And this level also utility is 5. Whichever the level, same. So if your utility curve shifts this way, that means your total utility has increased. Let's say this was 5, this utility curve was 5. Here, this one would be around 10, let's say. So at any point along this curve, the utility you generate will be 10. This curve might be around 20. Whatever the point, utility you generate will be 20. Right? So it shifts rightwards. And it can never intersect one another. Do you agree? Because it's a parallel shift all the time. It cannot now, along the curve, utility is the same, right? So you cannot have utility going downward, I mean, intersecting with each other and going lower. That cannot happen. So utility curves will never intersect, right? That is one. And also you will see most of the time, indifference curves or these utility curves are convex to the origin. It's in this shape, it's convex to origin. Okay. Most of the time, these individual indifference curves are convex to origin. That is because most of the products what we consume are not like the imperfect substitutes. Right? If you take the example shoes and slippers, they are not perfect substitutes. You cannot substitute shoes from slipper. Both satisfy the need for footwear, but shoes and slippers are two different things. They are not perfect substitutes. So you have to sacrifice less number of shoes to buy more number of slippers. The utility is different. The utility you generate by consuming a shoe, which is 100, is higher than utility you generate by consuming a slipper. That's why shoes are expensive, slippers are not. Because utility you generate by consuming a shoe is the higher and then the satisfaction you generate by consuming a slipper. So always it's imperfect substitutes. They are not perfect substitutes. That's why the rate of sacrifice is higher than the rate of gain. That's why it has this convex shape. Is that clear? So always, most of the time, indifference curves are convex to the origin. Okay. When people have a lot of one good, they are willing to give a relatively large amount of it to get another good of which they have relatively little amount. Okay. If the indifferent curve is convex to the origin, marginal rate of substitution is diminishing. But there are other shapes of indifference curves as well. Okay. You might find an indifference curve like this for perfect substitutes. Now, for example, Coke and Pepsi, perfect substitutes. So there you will find you satisfy one can of Coke to buy 1 can of Pepsi. Equal substitution. Right? It should be equal value as well, equal price as well. So for perfect substitutes, you will find this sort of a curve. Then for perfect complementary goods, you find this sort of a indifference curve. Complementary. Here they have taken curd pots and honey bottles. Right? You eat curd with honey, right? So it's perfect complements. You have to buy both at the same time. You cannot eat one without the other. So in that case, you will find this sort of a curve. You sacrifice one, the other one also you have to sacrifice. Is that clear? So those are two this is not very common, right? What you find commonly is convex shape indifference curve. Those two situations happen only in those two situations. Is that clear? Yeah, so that's it for today. I want you to do this as a homework. Okay. If we have time, we would have done. We can stay for a little more and do if you want to. What do you prefer? Today I came a little late, so we can stay for another 10-15 minutes and finish this. Or would you like to do it for homework? අනිවාර්යෙන්ම කරන් යන්න ඕනේ. හරිද? We will discuss in the next class. Okay? So you have to write reasons as to why. Explain why using the properties of indifference curve which we covered earlier in the third slide or something. හරිද? Sure කියලා කරන්න නැතුව ඒකට බලන්න. Make a use කරලා you have to write. Justify the reasons. Okay? Okay, the ones who couldn't show me the book of those diagrams can stay and get it marked and go. Okay? Okay, thank you very much. So let's continue the indifference curves analysis for next week also and try to finish off that. And if we have time, we'll start macroeconomics. Try to catch up the water. Okay, give me.
All concern from my end also. I also have started exam next week.
What's started with them? I thought you all had exempted.
No. They're following up optional course also.
Sorry?
They're doing our chartered exams also. Hand to hand. They're doing a degree and also
Degree.
with the degree. The next level, I mean,
Ah.
not the exempted left, but they're doing the next level.
Okay. This is no change in demand, but this is change in demand. No? Yeah. That you have to mention. The topic. No, sorry, supply. No? Yeah, that you have to mention. Huh? Next question. Okay. Here you have to always hack the curves. Otherwise, you don't know what it is now. So this is demand curve. This is supply one. Right? Likewise, you have to tag it. Now here I cannot understand what the curves are. Supply one. Demand one. දැන් නම් කිසිම meaning එකක් නැහැ ඒක. හරි? දැන් exam එකේම නම් ලකුණු ලැබෙන්නේ නැහැ මෙහෙම tag කරලා තිබුණ නැති වුණා. හරිද? That's it. And also you have to mention now this is price axis නේ price 1 ඉඳන් price 2 වලට reduce වෙනවා. price දෙක අඩු වෙනවා quantity 1 ඉඳන් quantity 2 වලට reduce වෙනවා. ඒක පෙන්නන්න. Always you have to mark. Okay? Students who are joining from the teams, do you have any questions? Is there anything which you didn't understand? Or do you want to show me any of your work?
Hello,
Yes.
can I share our graphs, 9 graph, so from the team, so you can correct that.
Sorry.
Can you share the graphs I drew for that demand and supply? So, or like, shall I share in the WhatsApp whether it's correct or not? The 9 graph we drew.
Yeah, you drew the curves, is it?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. You're asking whether you can share it with me?
Oh yeah. How can you, like, in the this share in the meeting or like separately?
Yeah, you can share it with me so that I can mark it. You can take a picture of it and send it to me. Is that possible? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
Yeah, what's your good name?
I can share even this screen also.
Okay. Yeah, you can share. I'll check. Okay, good. Let me see.
Can see.
Yeah, I can see. Change in demand, increase in supply. Okay, correct. So your first and second graphs are correct. Third graph, no change in demand, decrease in supply. Correct. Fourth graph, an increase in demand, no change in supply. Correct. Fifth one, increase in demand, increase in supply. Correct. Sixth one, increase in demand, decrease in supply. Correct. Seventh one, decrease in supply, no change, decrease in demand, supply. Yeah, correct. Eighth one, decrease in demand, increase in supply. Okay, correct. Decrease in demand, decrease in supply. Correct. Good, correct. Only thing in your 8th graph and the 9th graph, you have to show the shifts from one curve to the other using arrows. Okay, you can, S to S1 shift, you have to show an arrow there, rightward shift arrow. Then demand also D to D